All right. It has been a crazy week for me. I've been not home for most of it. So I haven't had any time to do anything with this mod or vintage engineering. My grandma's birthday, people from out of town, lots of dinners, the state fair was in town, and oh my god, it has been crazy. The last 2 days, this week, I've been working on trying to build a mod. This mod idea stuck in my head for Farming Sim 25, and I got this mod idea in my head, and I just, you know when something gets stuck in your head, and you're just like, I couldn't get it out, right? It was lodged in there, and I was like, I gotta do it. So the last 2 days, I pushed that out, and I actually finished it, and I got it. So actually, my first mod submitted to Giants Software as a mod for FS25. All of the mods that I've customized, right? All of the mods that I've tweaked, all of those. This was the first like purely original mod project, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna submit it because it's a super useful mod. Like, it's crazy useful. If you like Farming Sim, right? It allows you to select one of your vehicles, right? A tractor, an implement, whatever it is. Not like hand tools, but like vehicles. And it allows you to select one of those in the farm's list of vehicles and to buy another. I added a buy another button, so you can buy an exact copy of that tool with all of the same configuration options, right? Paint, everything. All of this, like, identical copy of that vehicle, minus, like, obviously the wear and tear, durability, all of that kind of stuff. So it's just like, I want a copy of this vehicle without having to go in and memorize like all of the, like, some vehicles now come with a crazy amount of configuration options, right? And so trying to memorize all of those like is a nightmare. So you just buy another. You just click the vehicle, buy another. If you have the money, boom, it's it buys it. So, hey, Realm, how's it going? So yeah, I had to get that mod idea out of my head. I tried using an AI. I tried using Grok, and if I showed you the conversation with Grok, it would blow your mind. It was so bad. I broke a multi-billion-dollar AI. I broke it. I got it into this weird infinite loop state where every time it would respond to a prompt, it would go into this infinite loop state. Every time it would get into this infinite loop, and it just keep going and going and going and going, and I would stop, and I would just, I don't know what the hell. I broke a multi-billion-dollar AI just with a Farming Sim mod. I ended up to fix the bugs. Like, Grok was completely helpless. Like, it was so fucking broken. It was so broken. I couldn't even do anything with it anymore, right? And so I literally had to spin up the real-time debugger, Giant Studio, the big editor thing. I had to spin up the debugger to actually figure out what the hell is going on. Right, I had to resort to the old school software dev that's in me still, and actually debug the game in real time to figure out what the hell was wrong. Right, so I remain confident that my skills are better than a multi-billion-dollar AI as it exists today, as it is available. Now, I don't have super high access to the super expensive enterprise level shit that's out there, and I've been assured that it's better than what my little premium version gets me. But whatever version I have access to, completely broke. Completely broke. I even went on X and I just like I added like XAI and Elon Musk and I was like, I broke Grok. You might want to look into this. And I gave him the thread to the conversation. It's insane how bad it was. It was so backwards and insane. I was like, how does anybody use this? Like how does anybody like I have a mod that I was looking at as a reference, and the entire mod is done by AI. The entire thing. It's the new InstaWash mod. So somebody built another InstaWash mod where you just hit a key and it washes your vehicle, washes everything. And I had a version of it, but it kind of was derpy and it was brought in from like FS19 and then FS22 and blah, 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 blah. And it didn't really work very well. So I saw that mod post and I was like, oh, let's see how they did, right? How they scripted it, because I wanted to learn. When I unzipped the mod and I looked at it, it was obvious that the entire mod was AI generated. Because it was vastly more complex than my InstaWash mod, which was like 2 scripts. This one was like multiple directories, multiple scripts, like a utilities class, all this shit in there. And I'm like, holy crap, like this is way overthinking it. I don't know what mod it was or what AI it was, but yeah, that entire mod was AI generated. My mod is like a finite number. It's like one script, one script that does it all. One script, one XML, and an icon file. That's all the mod is. It's not a super complex, like crazy infrastructure. It's just simple. Like, anyway. So that was my last 2 days. I took about a 4-hour amount of work. And in trying to use an AI, I turned 4 hours of work into 12 hours of work. So take that what you will. It's good at some things, but horribly bad at others. It spit out an icon for me, so at least there's that. But I had to tell it exactly what I wanted as an icon. And even then, it was having trouble giving me the icon. I would say, I want an icon like does this. And it would be like, here's the icon. But it wouldn't give me an icon. So I was like, where's the icon? You didn't give it to me. And he's like, oh, here's the icon. No icon. And we got into this, and I was like, how is this so broken? Like, how is this? I had to go and create a completely different conversation just to get the damn icon. And I could have probably spit it out faster. And I was like, God damn it. Like, so job security, everybody, they're not going to take over the world just yet, right? The T1000s are a little further away. But if I showed you that conversation that I had with Grok, you would just laugh. I mean, it's crazy amount of bullshit that you have to deal with. It's so bad. Anyway, maybe my AI foo is just bad or something, but man, it was a horrible experience. Like a horrible experience. So yeah, it's not quite ready to take over my job. You know, it can do some things, but my God, is it bad at doing most things. So anyway, we are on the Vintage Drawers mod, as the thumbnail suggests. There are a couple little things left in this mod before I am ready to sort of call it basically done as far as the commission goes. This was a commissioned job, and the guy who commissioned it got into a little trouble with his wife. So what he paid me last month, he was not able to continue because he got in trouble with his wife. I did not even know he was married, so it is what it is. So as far as like payments go, I hope, you kind of have to do these things off of trust and faith. So I'm hoping that when the mod is done, he's not going to shortchange me. I've already got about 20 hours into this mod, 20 to 25 hours by now. So anyway, yeah. So anyway, yeah, he's dealing with some stuff. So anyway, we are. Let's see. What do we have left? We can look at. Let's see. Do all my all my folders and stuff are all based around farming sim right now. Let's see. Read me notepad. God, everything is on the wrong monitor. No, that's not what I wanted. Design docs. There's it is. Okay. We have basic interaction. Let's see. Let's turn this. This is 31 or 32. Basic interaction. This is done. Upgrades. Drawer upgrades. Done. Void upgrade. And then we're going to have push upgrade. Pull upgrade. Void upgrade. Done. Capacity upgrades done. These two are not done. That's what I would like to look at today. Drawer controller is done. So this is not done. This whole tier is not done. These are done. Drawer controller is basically done. Drawer interaction done. Miscellaneous. Well, drawer IO is not done. That's another one we have. Originally, this was like the drawer controller slave, but y'all are snowflakes and don't like the word slave, so drawer IO is what it's going to be called. So, this is done, and technical is done. So the drawer IO here, this is one of the things that's not done. So we have 2 upgrades left, which is the push and the pull upgrade. Okay. These 2 upgrades are special and will likely cause a drawer to need to tick, which is a pretty big... It's a pretty big thing to do that, right? Because you don't want to leave lingering things that are ticking in the engine. You want to be able to unsubscribe or unregister them for ticking, because the game will continue to try to tick them if they're unloaded. So we have to approach that gingerly. Okay, so push and the pull upgrade. That's inventory based shenanigans. And the drawer IO is sort of a controller light, right? It's going to allow for specific things, including extraction. Okay, the drawer controller, I'm thinking now we will prevent it from having extraction, because I want the drawer controller to be more of a universal, like, hey, you just insert into the whole network. The drawer IO can insert into the network, right? But also you're going to be able to extract from the network. using like filters and such. So I have to figure out how I want to do that, because I want to be able to have my pipes like interface with the I/O. The pushing of, pushing stuff in is relatively easy, and we need to look at the drawer controller block entity, and you are, what kind of block entity are you? You are just a block entity. If I want the drawer controller to interface with things, then I'm going to need this to be block entity container. So let's see what block entity container gives us. So let me open dnspy, my handy dandy dnspy. Okay. Block entity container. Okay. So it is an iBlock entity container. It wants inventory class name, drop contents, and check inventory cleared. This is something somebody added this and broke like everything. Like what was it? Not last year, the year before last. Completely borked everybody's mods because they changed this they changed this interface like it was a minor update, and it was like they added this here, and every block entity container just got completely ruined. So I am likely going to need to use this, because now what is the difference between this and openable container? Yeah, it's just a block entity container. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny, they don't have any documentation on any of this stuff. It's like, oh, it would be nice to know like some help on this object. Say, hey, you use, this is specifically for barrels or something. Like, it's specifically for something. But so I think we need to change it to a container, but the inventory, see, this is a problem. Inventory, the controller and the I/O by extension are not going to have their own inventory. Okay? So their own inventory is non-existent. Their inventory is the drawers. So yeah. One of the other things I don't have is I don't have code for detecting whether or not there are multiple controllers on a network. It's called a network. Like, what else do you call a giant wall of drawers other than a network? Right? So contains is drawer. What I need to know, block.code.path. Is drawer. Is trim. Bool is controller equals block.code.path.contains controller. Now, I am going to look at vintage drawers, assets. I need to delete that. I need to delete that. Whoever set this template up, this is I used a template mod, right? I just installed the template. Whoever set this up, wow, it's horribly bad. Like you have the mod info way over here. You have the mod assets over here. You have the code way up here, right? And you have all three of these that are needed when you zip the mod up, okay? So when you zip the mod up, all of those need to be in a cohesive like place that you can zip. But how do you do that? There's no like, how do you do that? Do they automatically copy with this stupid cake build thing? Right? Like I don't know. Like why is this needed? I don't understand. All of this stuff can be done with Visual Studio. Now, granted, this is kind of built for using all sorts of places. Package, task name. So it's release. I have to set it on release mode in order to do. I cannot put out a debug mode build, which is kind of stupid. So I don't know how to set the task name. I honestly don't. Like, I have no idea. Do you just set it to release or something? I don't know. Anyway, cake build. Jesus. Oh yeah, I was looking at controller. I need the exact type of thing that it is. Drawer controller. Because controller is too generic. There might be other mods that have blocks that are controller. And I don't want to like I don't want to cross paths with those. One drawer. I was thinking the other day I should generalize the drawers in case down the road someone wants to add other types of drawers, right? You have the 2x1 drawers, you have the 2x2 drawers, or compaction drawers, stuff like that. Right now everything is just in the thing called one drawer because it's just one drawer. And so I just wasn't thinking about that. What I should do is make that more generic. And doing that now rather than later would probably be a good idea. So right now, Discover Network, now we have is controller. So is controller, I would like if is controller. How do I want to do this? I only want one controller. Does it really matter though? Does it really matter? Because where the controller matters is the range, right? The range of the controller is really where you get where is it at? The range. Well, there's really no range here. Distance 2, there it is. So the max radius is a radius around the controller, right? It's a spherical radius. If you put a controller in the middle and all the drawers around it, and then you put another controller way to the other end, it's not going to see all of the drawers, right? Because its radius is not going to cover that. So if you want, like, you have to pay attention to how far away the drawers are. And the bigger this radius, and eventually we'll probably make that greater than 16 blocks, but the greater that radius, the more heavy this becomes, right? Because it's even going from like 16 to 17, just one block bigger of a radius, you're going to nearly double the number of blocks you have to look at, right? Now, you're not looking at air. You're not looking at any other blocks other than drawers and trim. Those are the only blocks that you're looking at, right? So it doesn't matter if there's a bunch of air around it. It just matters that this radius goes. The further, the longer this radius, the more weight that this function requires, because it's just heavy. This is a heavy algorithm right here. And the more complex your drawer network, if you have little like trims that go off on, I've seen some Minecraft people build using the drawers as a means of getting stuff around, especially in like a building. Right, they put a controller down and they put trim going up and down, and then trim coming off, and it's like they use that as a means of moving material up and around and down and through. And it's like, yeah, you can do that, but anytime the network has to revalidate, you're spidering through all those blocks over and over and over again, right? It's happening all the time. And so what's funny about it is the people that I've seen in Minecraft that do that, they do it in like, oh, we're gonna save performance and server tick rates by building. They jack the radius, right, the range of the controller. They jack that up to like 72 blocks, right? They want to go 72 blocks away. And it's like, we're going to save performance. And it's like, what? No, that's not, that's not saving performance, because it's having to revalidate that anytime and every time the controller is unloaded and loaded. Like, yeah, you have a lot of like chunk loading mechanics in Minecraft, which I could do a chunk loader for Vintage Engineering, a powered chunk loader. I figured out how to do it. But it's like, it's not saving as much as you think it's saving. Let me just put it that way. It's not saving as much as you think it's saving. The thing that probably would save you the most is something like Applied Energistics or Refined Storage, or you just have an export bus and you have a network. Yes, it's a network, but the the mod itself, like Applied Energistics, they have a bank of all of the export buses in the network, and it just iterates through those. It's not actually having to spider through the network every time it has to do something. It just knows where that export bus is, and it knows what settings it has. And it's like, hey, can we export XYZ? And it's like, yes, okay, then export it. There's not an actual, like, I'm going to spider through this whole network. And it only does that when you, like, load a chunk. Which is why chunk loaders are so vital in Minecraft. And as this mod grows, obviously, I've already gotten some hints that people want chunk loaders, or people need chunk loaders in Vintage Story because of how the shenanigans are going. So I do have a desire and plans to create an MV chunk loader that's, the more chunks it's loading, the more power it's going to draw. It's going to be reasonable. It's not going to be excessive, but we gotta have a use for all that oil, right? Anyway, so I'm not really concerned that if you can have 6 drawer controllers sitting next to one another, and I don't care. I just don't care. Do what you want. But the important thing is we need for this to be a container. Right? We need this to be a container. Yeah, I want what is it? Yeah, game content. Using. Thank you. And so now I need inventory, and I need inventory class name. So let's do public string inventory class name drawer controller. Okay. Why do you not like that? Inventory class name. Hides the inherited member. I wanted to use the inherited member. Okay. Implement. Oh, just plot. Oh, override. Derp. Yep. Override. Okay. So inventory. What do we want to do about this? Is there anything in the game? Not 100% sure how to handle this. But private inventory generic inventory yeah, I'm aware. Can I do let's see. I don't think, yeah, none of these are, this is not nullable aware. how do we want... How do we want to do this? Inventory. How do we want to do this? Get. What uses inventory container? Block entity cheese is an inventory container. This dot inventory. Yeah, believe it or not, a cheese wheel is an inventory. Yeah, inventory generic, one slot. No, and then you have late initialized. String is cheese. Blah blah blah. So you have this, but on block place take slice. Yeah. This is basically swapping the shape of the block. When you take a slice out, it changes the state of the block, basically. Okay, so anvil part, cooked container. I mean, a dead crop is a inventory. I don't know how, right? But a dead crop is an inventory. So we have this dot inventory, and then position, resolve blocks or items. I should do that in mine. Do I do that in my drawer? Let's go. Let's peek at my drawer here for a quick second. Drawer somewhere. Drawer block entity. In the initialize. There it is. Yep, I do. Excellent. Yay. I did a thing. So what is important to me for the inventory? So let's do this. Let's go back to the controller and say we want to go, where is my constructor for this damn thing? Do we even have a constructor? Drawer. I don't think I do. I want to take this off here. And we're going to do public drawer controller BE inventory equals new inventory generic. Oh, stop with that. Inventory ID. So one slot. Inventory ID. Null. Okay. Now that satisfies inventory. is never null. This is never null because it's instantiated. Now I need to go to initialize. Okay, so we have initialize, and we say inventory dot late initialize. Inventory ID, which is inventory class name, plus dash plus position.x. Well, let's do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to put this all in quotes. Do that. Do that. That and that. Slash. Dot y. Slash. Z. Oh yeah, and then I want API. Not that we need that to be there. Although this is just like position.toString. I probably could do that. Yeah. This is probably can be simplified to just position. Yeah. Because it just automatically calls toString when you do this. So I thought you could, but you know, I just wanted to be careful. Okay, so inventory.position equals this.position. And then we don't have to resolve anything. The controller itself is not going to have any actual inventory. But what I would like to do, inventory dot on get on these two here are what I want. This is the only reason I wanted to change, because these are the calls that are used for any amount of like automation, moving of stuff around, right? These are what my pipes look for. Get auto pull from, get auto push into, right? These are the functions, and I just want to make sure I'm using the right ones. Okay, so get auto pull from inventory generic. Ugh. Inventory base, inventory generic, get auto pull from slot. So get auto pull from slot delegate is a block face. Okay, get auto push into slot is block face plus item slot. Okay, so we want to do public get item slot get pull from slot block facing face. Let's do from face. Okay, and then we do public item slot get push into slot. This I believe was block face and then item slot. Yeah. So block facing from face item slot from slot. Okay. And then I do equals get pull from slot. Inventory dot on get auto push equals push into. Okay, these are squiggly because I don't have a return, right? I need a return type here. So when we want to grab the inventory, right? This is saying, hey, what do I return in the inventory when I get the inventory? Now, what actually uses that? So let's see if we can go back to block entity container, okay, and look at this, analyze, get, used. So many, okay, this is telling me many things. Use, but block entity container get content stacks is using for each item slot in this inventory. Okay. So basically what we want to do here, rather than return the inventory, this might get a little messy, but rather than return the actual inventory that I've specified, this is just a placeholder. All this does is give me access to these as well as the base class, which I would look at for my pipes. The pipes look at that block and say, hey, is this a block entity container? Is this of that type? Whether it's the interface or the class, is this a container? If it is, I know that these functions exist, right? On like get auto pull from slot, right? I know that they exist. So for this, then we want to look at I'm thinking of building an inventory of all of the drawers, right? All of the raw items from the drawers, right? All the bulk slots. You build an inventory and you return that. The problem is what happens to that object when you return out of it. I've drank a lot of coffee in the last little bit. I don't know how much is left. Oh, that was nice. Thank you for that last second drip. That was nice. That was really nice. Thank you. Coffee mug. That was very helpful. I tilted up and a bunch of coffee drips out of it. Like, oh yeah, that made sense. So if I build an inventory of just the drawers, and return that, that would be a problem. That would be a big problem. Because what happens to that inventory object? Right? What happens to that inventory object when when you come out of that function. If I build a new inventory generic inside of here, if I declare it and I set it like the number of slots equals the how many drawers that we have how many drawers we have, right? This can change very, very easily. So it's a floating number. It's not a set in stone number. So if we create an inventory generic with that number of slots, we iterate through and give a reference to all of those slots, it would just be a nightmare. So I think here we're just going to return inventory for now. And if we run into a problem, right? If we run into a problem, then I think we might be able to maybe figure something else out here. But this inventory, like, I don't know what happens if you... Yeah, I don't know what happens if you try to bind other inventory slots into your inventory. That's going to be nasty. So, here, though, these two functions, this is where the magic is. This is where the automation magic are these two slots. Okay? So here we have get auto pull from slot and get auto push into slot. Now the block face doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. Now I can't remember. I can't remember how my filters work. Let me take a peek at Vintage Engineering code, and this would be transport handlers. Okay, so we have, I'm looking for like an extraction node. That's what this is. This is an extraction node. Inventory base. Okay, so it is grabbing the inventory. This is where that problem arises, right? So it's grabbing the inventory, get pull slot from that inventory. So we come down here, get auto pull from slot, block facing down is just, it's just defaults to that because that's the only face that a lot of vanilla machines will allow you to pull from, because it's simulating a hopper underneath. If it's generic, right? If it's generic, which means true if it's a block entity generic typed container, which this is a specific kind of block entity. I don't know why. I think I did that because it is a base game thing that is it's very specific on block interactions. Okay, so otherwise it calls get auto pull from slot in this. Okay. Now, if node.filter.empty, this is what I wanted to know. When it's filtered, if it's a blacklist, node.filter.itemstock.attribute has attribute filters. Empty blacklist is generic. Inventory get auto pull from slot. So if we're filtered, node.filter.itemStack.attributes.has attribute filters. This is like slot.empty slot. Where is this coming from? Item slot in inventory. There it is. Okay. So this is where the problem arises. It's wanting to look at the entire inventory, and it's looking for the match for the entire inventory. Okay. How do I get around this? So this would not work, because if there's a filter in it, it doesn't actually run this code. It pulls the inventory. Because this is grabbing that inventory, and then it's passing it along to all my functions. So how do we? So it kind of makes these slots, these things irrelevant to a certain extent. The push into is, that's still fairly relevant, because the insert nodes are still going to push slot. Because believe it or not, we're not actually passing inventory in to get push slot. We're passing in what the we're passing in all the push connections, and we're saying, hey, this is the slot that's providing the item that we want to push. So we're going to get that information, get auto push into slot. Okay. So we're passing the face, and we're passing the slot that we want to push. And then these are all the distribution modes, right? Nearest, farthest, round robin, and random. Yeah, the round robin is brutal because of the enumerator stuff. It's crazy. But we have... So the push into is relatively stable. The pull from, that is difficult. Especially because I cannot pass a filter into the filter and say, hey, I only want this item, right? And this iterates through the inventory, which is a problem. Because it's this call that would which is an empty, it's an empty generic item slot. It doesn't actually do anything. Yeah, it doesn't actually do anything. It kind of set me back to square one, where I was thinking about building an inventory based on all of our connected drawers, but that's a really expensive call, Because I would have to iterate, because those are all block positions. Those are not all drawers. Those are all block positions. So I would have to go out, grab all the block positions, grab the inventory, grab the item slot, add that item slot into a list, right? Another inventory, and then iterate through all of the connected drawers, building a custom inventory that was all of the item slots, pass that back to whatever this returns, pass that back, and then in the next tick, it would do it all again. Right? It would do it all again. It would have to iterate every time that extraction node was going to extract. It would literally have to rebuild that entire list. Ain't going to happen. That's not going to happen. So how then can we interface let's see, transport tick, item slot pull, block entity, connected to is generic type container. That's going to be false. So it's going to get pull slot, send it false, inventory. Right? I'm passing in the inventory. See, this is why I wanted to make this mod, this drawer mod, a subset of my vintage engineering. Because if this was part of the same mod, this would be trivial to fix. Literally like trivial. Because I would be able to cross-reference is the inventory you're trying to pull from, or is the object you're trying to pull from a drawer controller? And if it is a drawer controller, then do, XYZ. Rather than, so if we look at block entity container here, we have not very much that we can interface with. Item stack. Get non-empty content stacks. Get content stacks. Check inventory cleared mid-tick. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. I'm at a little bit of a loss as to how to do this, because if I try to build a custom inventory every time. So one thing we could do on initialize, can I add slots? I can. Okay. The problem is I don't know what happens. Get auto pull from slot. We want to return null. No, we don't want to return null. If no dot filter inventory dot get pulled from slot. Yeah, returning null is fine. Okay. It is a valid, like, I do, like, return null, right, from these calls. The problem is this. Inventory. The slot is going to be empty. So, if you have a filter trying to, if you have a filter trying to grab items pulling from a drawer controller, it's not going to work. Like, flat out, it's not going to work. Just with how it behaves. Oh, Jesus. So, that's just not a thing that can be done. Pushing in, right? Push into slot. If you're going to push into a drawer controller, right? That's not a filter. That's an insert node. That's not a filtered thing. Get auto push into slot. This is what, right? The inventory, obviously the inventory is not going to be null, and it's going to be an inventory base, because that's basically what all inventories are. And then it's get auto push into slot. So at least this here is where we want to figure out where we want to put stuff. Okay, so where do I have? Take this discover network, try insert stack. We pass in the slot, because I might just be able to call this smart insertions, right? So this already tries to insert a stack, and it does it by priorities. Priority 1 is a drawer that already has, like, the thing in it, and there's room, or there's a void upgrade, right? And priority 2 is a drawers that already contain, but drawers that have they can be locked to that item, right? Try them first. Second, try any drawer that has the item, and third, try any drawer that's empty. In that order, because you want to have that as a priority. So we can just call this in here. So try insert stack from slot. Snap. that doesn't work because this is expecting a slot. Okay. So we're going to then grab these. I'm just kind of thinking out loud here. We're going to grab these and drawer.lockstack.equals stack is from slot. Oh my God, stop with that. Oh. Okay. So now, if drawer, now we want to, instead of doing this, drawer.tryPut, I want to return drawer let's clear that. Okay, so we have block position, chunk loaded, grab the drawer block entity. If the drawer block entity is not null and the drawer is locked and it's locked to stack and the stack is equal, now what is the call to whether it's full, unblock broken, unblock removed, unblock unloaded, is allowed, toggle drawer label is allowed. So is allowed from slot has void upgrade. There it is. So this is just, is this allowed in here? So I could just call, why is this, Jesus, why is that private? Is allowed. Okay. Try put. I don't actually put anything. I just want to, yeah, okay. So we have drawer controller, we have if drawer dot is allowed from slot, return drawer dot inventory of 0. Yep. Because it wants a slot, right? So it's like, so I'm going to take this and copy. We're going to go paste and paste. Drawer.can accept. I think in this one, yeah. That should be okay. Get auto push into slot. Return null. And then we're going to have to do a little squiggly question mark here. This just indicates, hey, this can return null, right? This value right here, this question mark says this function can return null. That is an option. So if it is null, then in here, right, we do a null check if it's null. Get auto push into slot, continue. Connection array. So if we have an insert slot or an insert node into a drawer system, drawer controller, and it calls this and it returns null, means it failed. Then it just continues and goes to the next insert node. It just skips it altogether. The extract is a whole different monster. That I think I'm gonna relegate specifically to the IO version of the controller, right? So what's gonna happen is the private connected drawers is gonna change into a public connected drawers. Or should I do private and then public list block position connected drawers like that? So this is just a get. I'm not going to be able to alter the drawers. I just want to grab that list because the IO block. Right, the IO block is going to want it's going to want to grab that list, create the it's going to need to build the inventory. Let's like what I was saying, right? If you're trying to extract from an individual drawer, that's fine, right? I already have the get auto pull from slot, right? That's done. You can pull from a drawer really easily, right? Because only the bulk item slot is automatable. The actual upgrade slots are not automatable. You can't auto push or pull into those individual slots at all. It's just the bulk slot. So that special item slot is what you're actually going to be grabbing. So individual drawers already automatable, no problem. If you want to interface with the whole drawer network, we're going to need the special IO block for that. And so we want to basically do the thing. Now, drawer controller block. Yeah, we might need to roll our own block. It shares a lot of functionality, but there are some things that I don't want to carry over. So we're gonna go. No, I didn't want to click on that. Add class drawer IO block public block. And then we do want we do want a few of these. Get placed block info. Yeah. All right. I need to use the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back. All right. So, get placed block info. What do we want to do? Check for upgrade item. Yeah, we're not going to need, let's see, uninteract start, get mod system. So let's add new, cancel, add class drawer IO BE. Block entity container. Okay. Okay, now we go to drawer IO block, and let's see. Drawer IO, the hallmark, really the hallmark of the drawer IO is you are going to be able to extract from this with a filter or without. The drawer controller is an insert basically only. You're only going to be able to insert into that. Now the drawer IO, we are also going to have. No, why is that the thing that comes up? Why? Block position. What? Like why? PO. Why is it block entity mech powered? What? What? How is that the recommended shit? Like how? Controller position. Because we need a way, right? We need a way that finds the controller, because we are going to we need to interface with the controller block, regardless of how far away it is. It could be on the very edge of our radius, and we need to interface with it because we need to pass to the controller, right? We need to pass to the controller lots of things. So here we're going to also do public drawer controller block entity controller BE get if return null. Okay. If API use equals null, or so if the API is null or the controller position is null, which means we probably haven't initialized yet. Otherwise, return api.world.block accessor.get block entity of drawer controller BE at controller position. Okay. So it's going to grab that block entity, right? Which it could be null, right? This is a nullable. It returns null if there's no block entity at this position. So if drawer helpers dot chunk loaded at controller position api.world return null. If not, so if API is null or the controller position is null, return null. If none of those are null, check the chunk. If the chunk is not loaded, return null. Otherwise, return whatever block entity is at that position, right? And we're specifically looking for the drawer controller. If it's not a drawer controller, it will return null, right? Returns null if there's no block entity at this position. Well, it also return null because we typed it, get block entity of this type. If it's not that type, it will also return null. Which is why we have a little question mark up here, because it is a nullable. It is a nullable thing. Block position, right, will be null until such a time as we initialize everything, and we can actually do some gubbins. Okay, so this is going to be changed a bit. Now I'm on the fence on whether or not to periodically update. Like we have two different ways of solving this. One way, every time this inventory variable, right? This is basically a field. It's a gettable field. Every time this is grabbed, we rebuild the list. We rebuild the inventory list, which is very potentially expensive because it's based on the blocking. It's based on the controller, the list of blocks, blah blah blah, and we're constantly We're constantly battling it out. Because I don't know what happens if I have an item slot in inventory A, and that item slot is right there. And then I build another inventory that also has that item slot. Right? This inventory over here has got a bunch of item slots. How does it map to that item slot, basically? One thing I could do is create an inventory, and this is kind of cheeky. Create an inventory with the same number of slots as I have drawers. If I have 50 drawers, I'm going to create an inventory, a dummy inventory, essentially, but it is going to have the same number of slots. And then if I try to index those slots, aka here, then I can actually pass in the slot of the drawer of that index into the drawer controller list. Now, is that a thing that I can do? Where would I do that? Do I need to do that in a custom inventory? Ooh, look at all the things. Slot. Slot. Dirty slots. There it is. This. Abstract. I wonder if I can override that. Overridden by. Override item slot. That's an inventory. Is there any machine? There isn't. There are custom. Okay. So I might have to roll my own inventory. Because, yeah, if I index slot ID, and if I have 50 drawers, I build an inventory that has 50 slots, but all of the slots are empty. And it's one block, right? It's an IO block. It's just a dummy inventory behind the scenes that has 50 slots in it. And then the index, this right here, rather than grab my like the dummy inventory, like here's the 5th slot in the dummy inventory. No. The inventory calls back to the IO block, which calls back to the controller and says, hey, I need the 4th or what did I say, 5th element, the 5th drawer in your list, right? Drawer controller or drawer list of 5 and return the slot of like the bulk slot for that. That way, when I'm iterating through, like with the pipes, and I'm trying to extract, it's iterating through the same number of slots, right? But in the back end, when it's indexing, when it's doing a for each, and it's like, this is the slot, it is essentially saying, see this for each here though, I don't know how this iterates. I might have to change this to a for loop. Right? For int x equals 0, x is less than inventory dot count or whatever that is, and then item slot equals inventory of index slot number, because that would call this, which I override. So that would be, because I knew I would probably have to tweak vintage engineering a little bit, the pipes. I had a sense that I was going to have to tweak that a little bit in order to get the drawers to work. And that looks like what I'm going to have to do. So here, what I can do is add, and I really should have put directories in this. I didn't think it was going to get this bad. Inventory drawer IO. Okay. So we're going to do public, because why not? Inventory base. And then all of the things. Okay, so we're just going to implement. You are definitely going to get implemented. Count. Whatever. Free from tree attributes and to tree attributes. Now, do I base it off of inventory generic, or do I base it off of inventory base player, inventory base? Inventory base already has, okay, inventory base is a thing. Now, so to tree attributes and from tree attributes are not set up. Inventory generic. To tree attributes. Base. Well, there's a slots. So this, I could even make it even more efficient by not actually saving any of the slot content. I could just save how many there are. But even that is drop slots. Slot IDs. Okay, that's dropping the slots. Okay. Inventory. There is an add slots. New slot. New item slot survival. Okay. There's no remove slot though. Okay. Basically, I need to initialize count. Why is this still? Oh, constructor. Okay. Inventory base. Okay. Inventory base. Inventory ID. Core API. So if there's a late initialize, I'm trying to like do as little code as possible. How do I want to do this? Dirty slots. They're so dirty. Empty. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit more involved than I was hoping. Okay. It's weird that the two tree attributes for the base isn't. It doesn't call the slots two tree attributes. It's just it's an empty abstract. Slots tree item stack blah blah blah. Because basically what I want is how many slots I have. I don't really know. So inventory generic this what is this? Param name slot ID. If slot ID is less than 0 or slot ID is greater than count, this is returning a slot. But then it throws an exception. What? Index was negative, too large. Oh, it's building. Okay, it's building the error. Why, man? This is. I wonder if I bet you the actual code is way prettier than this. This looks like a really messy decompile problem. But yeah, this is throwing an exception when the slot ID is out of range. This is also throwing an exception when the slot ID is out of range. Okay, so otherwise it's doing slots of this. So slots, item slots. Okay, so this is just basically an array of item slots. Now, oh, man. This is going to be a very weirdly abstract inventory. It's going to be kind of like a virtual inventory. So we want public inventory drawer IO. No constructor takes 0 arguments. Yeah, yeah, string inventory ID and API. String inventory ID iCore API colon base. Okay. That took care of that. If they're null, they're null. And that's fine. Late initialize. Boink. Right here. This is where they get initialized. So late initialize, that's where we want. This is where the late initialize is where we want to actually, well, no. Yeah, I think the late initialize is where we want to actually do the thing. So pass in inventory ID, pass in the API. We want to pass in the because this is where we would pass in, say, the relevant like block entities and stuff. But I think I want to pass in, we're already passing in the API, which is good. We also want to pass in the position. Oh, Jesus. This dot position. Yeah, see, position is already set. We're going to do block position. Position. This is the position of the block. This dot position equals position dot copy. Okay. You always want to copy the position because you don't want, because that would be this dot position, and the block entity's position would literally be pointing to the same spot. So yeah, that would not be good. We have the API, we have the position. We want do we want an internal? Do we want an internal something? Yeah. Private drawer IOBE. Okay. We grab that block entity. Count private int slot number was 0. let's just do slot count. Okay. Because initialize is called, right, when you instantiate the thing, it's going to initialize probably to all nulls because none of those variables are set yet. The late initialize is called like, hey, now we have these values, we have the API, we have we have all those values, and now we can initialize. This is what the late initialize is for. Oh, damn it. Yeah, I can't override it and add stuff to it because the pattern is there. So late initialize is late initialize. That's all I can do. So this I need to make sure that position the position is set. Damn it. Yeah. Late initialize. Position needs to be set. Then I set that. Okay, we come in here, drawer controller BE, right? So this. So we say now slot count equals drawer BE dot controller BE, right? Dot connected drawer count. Int to int. So drawer BE could be null. This is not null here, is wrong. Controller BE may be null, right? So if any of this is null, then initialize it to 0. Because something bad happened. Slot count is 0. So something to test, and I can tweak. I need to get it into a state that's like testable, right? I can boot it up in the world and actually start fiddling with it. That's what I need. So count here needs to return slot count. Okay. Yeah, see, get enumerator. That's where when you do a for each, it creates that enumerator, and I don't want to do that. Yeah, see, this is the get enumerator right here. It's taking that list and basically like, hey, here's the list, here's the enumerator. This is an index. This is a different thing. Oop. Okay. So we want
if Jesus, if slot count equals 0, return null. Okay. It means we have 0 slots. Doesn't matter what the ID is, we have 0 slots. We have to have at least 1 slot for anything. So, connected drawer count, let's just take a peek. Where's connected drawers count? There it is. Okay. Just to make sure that the value is actually returning something. So, if slot count equals 0, return null. If slot ID is less than 0, or slot ID is greater than slot count, I really actually slot count. Well, let me look at this. Greater than slot count, return null. Return if slot count equals 0, or this.api equals null. If, well, return. Now we got to do this long call, api.world.blockaccessor.getBlock entity of drawer be of drawer io.drawer controller block entity dot drawer connected drawers of slot ID dot inventory. Oh, connected drawers of slot ID of inventory of 0. This is a crazy call. Crazy call. Okay. This is maybe null here. So there and there. Okay. So what this is doing, it's saying, all right, go to the IO block, the entity, go to the IO entity, then go to the controller, go to the list of connected drawers of a slot ID, grab its inventory, okay, after you grab that block entity. So you're grabbing the block entity of the connected drawers of that slot ID and returning inventory of 0, which is the bulk slot. That is the slot that's holding all the things. But that slot ID, that's what we're getting. We're not getting an internal slot. We're getting the drawer, whatever index into this connected drawers, whatever that ID is. Okay? That's what we're returning. I know it's kind of crazy. what we could also do, override get enumerator. Okay. Item slot, get enumerator. We want to return. I don't know what happens if you return null here. What we could do is say API.world.block accessor.get block entity. Well, no, we don't need to get block entity. We need to get drawer IOB dot drawer controller oh shit. This is an item slot. Yeah, that's not going to work. Yeah, that's not going to work. I thought I was just grab the enumerator from the drawer controller of the connected drawers, right? Connected drawers as a list, grab that enumerator. But no, that enumerator is for block position, not item slots. So what happens in here for each? I don't know what this does. If the enumerator returned is null, this is like deep code. I don't know what happens. Because you would think that if I like item slot in inventory, if it looks at inventory and it's like get enumerator and enumerator is null, I don't know what that does. I don't know what that does. It would likely crash, but we'll see. Okay. If slot count equals 0 or this.api equals null or slot ID is less than 0 or slot ID is greater than slot count, throw new argument auto range exception. Param name, string ID, and message. Slot ID, message, invalid slot ID when indexing into drawer IO inventory. If slot count equals 0 and this.api equals null, or slot ID is less than 0, or slot ID is greater than slot count. So if any one of those is true, then throw the exception. Okay. Otherwise, return. Oh no. Item slot this. I should not be setting trying to figure out like what would actually use this. Set. Penalize. Overridden. Generic. Like, I don't know what uses this. Creates untransformed on or kill fire. Okay. Block kiln. None of these are like going to set. I really don't want to set. Set. I'm getting the slot. I don't want to set the slot. And I don't think this actually sets anything in the slot, right? Slot. I don't say slot equals this, right? I'm not overriding the slot. That would be a little disastrous. But this call here, I'm going to need to change. And it's a relatively simple, it changes from a for each to a for loop, right? And it'll treat it the same way, but instead it'll index into the inventory rather than do an enumerator, right? It's just going to index the inventory and use this functionality rather than this functionality. Now, I don't know what the shoot does. We go to here and we do shoot, block shoot, block entity item flow. This is basically what it is. Block entity item flow is literally the shoots. The container source slot, new int item stamp, blah blah blah. What output phase, target slot, get auto push into slot. There it is. Target slot, B container inventory. So this would call get auto push into slot. So it'll override this anyway. Now, I could move the get auto push into slot and stuff into this. So if we go to drawer controller, right, I have these two. What I want is to grab all of these. Inventory. Oh. Override get auto pull from slot. Okay. Then this. Okay. Connected drawers, again, is going to be this. What I can do is say, oh man. Drawer. And then just completely ignore that. I have a count in here somewhere, yeah. Might as well just take this. Instead of doubling it up, wouldn't it make sense? To do that. If any of this is null, return 0. There's no slots. And then I come in here. Okay. Is chunk loaded? Do I have any int or any block position? Yeah, this is a problem. Position might be null. We do this if at position equals null, return false. Come back here. Null is forgiven. Yeah, that nullable context does help. It does help the minimize the shenanigans. Okay. Now, get auto push into slot it's basically treats it the same way. And what I could actually do, I just realized something. What I could actually do is return drawer IO BE dot get auto drawer controller believe that get auto push into slot from base from slot. And I can just say, you know what? All of that can go away. Okay? Because I've already done all the work here. Get auto push into slot. I've already done in the thing here. So it's like all of this is done already. And I can just pass it along. Now, get auto pull from slot. This is going to be more tricky. This is the whole reason this IO block exists. Is like this call here. Okay. So, get auto pull from slot. Let me just look to see. Oh, look at this. Okay. If we have this is the only reason why I'm hitching on this, my brain is sort of hitching, is if we have a filter. Well, if we have a filter, right? We call this pull from slot. So if we don't have a filter, we just what we're going to do if we don't have a filter is just grab the first non-empty drawer in the list. We're just going to iterate through whatever drawer inventory is not empty, and that's the bulk slot, is not empty, return that slot. If there is a filter, node.filter has attributes, right? The node.filter is a slot, right? Node is the actual pipe extraction node. Filter, right, is the slot. It's a slot for filter. And then the item stack is the stack in that slot, attributes.has attribute of filters. So it's got filters. But this is a not, so that's saying if it doesn't have any filters. This is if it does. If we have filters, right, then we want to do a for each. And I'm going to change this from a for each, and I can do it right in here. We're going to do for int x equals 0, x is less than inventory.count. Okay, x plus plus. And then in here, we're going to have item slot equals inventory of x. Okay, so it's essentially giving me that, but now I'm indexing into the inventory rather than enumerating through it. Okay, so inventory.count, this is important because it's going to return the amount of drawers that we're connected to. Right? Because the inventory that's passed in the IO block, not the controller, the IO block, when it grabs that count, it's like, how many drawers do we have access to? And then when we index into that, we're actually indexing into the drawers and returning the slots of the drawers. And then each individual one of those, we're checking against the filters, right? So that is what we're doing there. So this get auto pull from slot, we're going to do if count is greater than 0. We're going to return null otherwise. I do believe we do a null check over here. Yeah, we it is nullable. If I moved, if I made vintage engineering, if I added the nullable attribute to the project, oh my god, it would take me days. Days and days and days to go through and make everything, like, I'm sure it would probably eliminate a bunch of bugs too. It would probably find a bunch of little error areas that's like, oh, this could be null right here. You better watch out. Okay, so count is greater than 0. Get auto pull from slot. We want to do a for int x equals 0. X is less than count. X plus plus. Return drawer controller. Well, if let's just grab item slot temp equals drawer controller connected drawers of x dot inventory. That's, I'm gonna need and API does not equal null. I need to do API.world.block accessor.get block entity of drawer BE of this dot inventory of 0 of 0. Okay. Again with the crazy now the get block entity, yeah, this should never return null. It should never be null. And drawer does not equal null. And drawer dot controller does not equal null. I should be able to do that now. Because the compiler detects, hey, I've checked null, right? I've checked null. So these are not null. If they are null, then be bad. It's going to return null. Because that would be bad. Okay, so this grabs the item slot. If temp.empty, if not temp.empty, return temp. Okay, so we're going to iterate through all of the drawers, starting at the top and working our way down. Now, what I could do here is I could use this to iterate through, but this is calling the same thing as this. So they're literally identical calls. Right? And I'd rather not put another thing on the stack to call this to return the same thing. So I'm just going to say, hey, let's just index directly into it. Now I could also do a for each connected drawers here. Right? Because this is a list. So I could, instead of doing this, I could do a for each block position in the connected drawers. Right? That might be... is that the better way to do it? Here's what I'm talking about. for each block position, D position in drawer controller connected drawers. Okay? Don't go away. And then we do we have to still grab the thing. So we have to still do this. Okay, so we're going to come down here. Item slot temp equals. And instead of doing this, we just do D position. Okay. And then we have the rest of it. Like that. So that's a little cleaner, and we're iterating through the list. Okay, so we're already doing the null checks and all of that. We can even do drawer be dot controller dot connected drawers dot count is greater than 0. So we're making sure there's something in there. And so what this will do is it will iterate if you hook up an extraction node into a drawer IO without any filters, it'll just drain the drawers, like whatever order that they're in the list in. And it's not even the order that they're in the list doesn't even matter. Like it's just going to drain. Probably what I'm going to guess, it's going to drain the ones that are closest to the controller and then work its way out, depending on how because remember, it spiders out. The controller spiders out to detect the drawers. So it's like, if it spiders it out, it's going to try to find all of those. Okay. So we're going to return the item slot of that inventory if it's not empty. If it is empty, we're just going to go to the next one, and the next one, and the next one. If we get all the way through, and there's no they're all empty, the entire drawer network is empty, then we will return null because there's nothing to pull. Otherwise, if we index into it, right, just like we changed in here, we change this to index. Index into our inventory rather than do a for each. We still grab the slot, but we index into it. And remember, these are things that are passed by reference. Okay. So I think in our situation, come on. There we go. API.world. Yeah. We have to iterate through the list of drawers, right? Well, that list, we need to make sure the chunk is loaded because we don't want to do this because it would return null anyway, right? So we want to skip it because we would return it, but it would return null. And then probably bomb out on this because this would return null. And it would be like temp.empty. Well, .empty, if temp is null, .empty would throw a no reference exception. So we want to make sure that chunk is loaded. Now, if temp returns null, if temp does not equal null and temp not temp empty. So if temp does not equal null and and temp.empty is not empty, then return it. If temp is null, something bad happened. So we want to be careful. Get block entity will be null, and if we do that, we need to do that. Right? We do not want to index .inventory of 0 if for some reason that block entity returns null. That would be bad. I need to use the bathroom again. I'll be right back. Okay. So, I think we have a skeleton of what we need here. We have a little bit. I mean, there's definitely stuff that I've forgotten and missed, but yeah, we have. I mean, I could put the position in here. Use primary constructor. I don't know what that means. Public class. What does that mean? Is it... Oh, it's saying... Wow, you can declare the constructor in the class? I've never seen that before. Is this a new feature? Right? You're seeing this, right? Class name, parent, public class. You're putting the parameters in the class declaration. That's amazing. I've never seen that before. When was that added to the language? But if I want to put like the position in here, the position may or may not be known yet before. That has to be a new feature. Like, I've never seen that before. But yeah, this requires, like, we need to set the position. Now, I return null for the enumerators. That's fine. Get auto push into slot. We're doing that. I mean, this could go horribly wrong, but whatever. So this then, we want private inventory drawer. Jesus, I have to do that all. Inventory drawer IO. Inventory. Okay. Inventory base inventory. Return inventory. Right? So now we are returning our custom inventory. And we want public drawer IOBE. Why is that? Nullable. It has to be nullable. Because I don't know how many slots this has. Drawer controller position. We need to have a function that finds the controller. Initialize. Inventory ID API. Yeah, I don't. It's kind of a virtual inventory. That's what this is. It's like a virtual inventory. It reports as having an inventory. It returns slots. It gets auto slots, but it itself does not actually contain any inventory. Right? It doesn't have anything. The to and from slots, like, I don't even think I need anything I don't think I need to save anything, because this is going to set initialize I'm wondering if we have a controller position, should we save that to disk? Override to tree attributes. Override from tree attributes. Okay, so controller position, if Jesus, I keep fat fingering keys. It's like this keyboard is like some percentage smaller than my previous keyboard, and my brain just does not adapt as fast as it used to. If controller position does not equal null, tree.set block position, controller position, controller position. If tree.has attribute, controller position, controller position equals tree.get block position, position. Okay, So sync the controller position, and this will also allow us to print it in for the clients, right? Syncing that controller position, I'll be able to put it in the HUD and say, hey, controller found at blah blah blah, right? So you'll be able to see that it found a controller at whatever position. So I want to go to the controller, and we're gonna find the Discover network, right? And we're gonna copy this, and we're gonna paste it over here. Okay, and we're gonna go in and we're gonna really wreck things. We're gonna wreck it. Discover network. We're gonna do Discover controller. Now we need some of these values. Maybe. No, we don't. We don't actually need these. Discover controller. Connected drawers. We want Do we even need this? Connected drawers. We do this, but we may not even need this. Yeah, I don't even think we need it. All we're doing is we're going to iterate through all of the thingies. Max radius. For now, what I'm going to do for max radius is we are going to do this. Because remember, eventually what I want to do is make max radius. And we're gonna up the max radius to like 25. No, let's do 18. Right? So the radius of the controller is 16. So if you put an IO on the very edge of that, right? If you go 16 blocks out and the 17th block is an IO, that is going to be able to see the controller, right? In that range. So it's a little bit bigger than the range of the controller because I want to be able to have it on the very fringes. So when I convert max radius into a config value, I will basically refer to the config and then add 2 or whatever, add 1 or 2 to the radius. So, okay, so max radius is set. Q in queue position. That is us. Okay, we're in queuing our position. And then we're looking at all the faces. And we're saying, okay, now we want this is controller. And okay. Is drawer trim that I don't know why why did I do that? Is drawer trim. I guess I needed a separate is drawer contains drawer, but not drawer trim and not drawer controller. Right? So it's just specifically drawer. So if it's trim, it is explicitly drawer trim. So if it's drawer, if it's trim, I don't care about. But it would be true. This would be true, but this would be this would be false. So is controller, I want to basically remove this. I don't need this. Well, I do. Is drawer. Drawer B, connected drawers. Visited.add. I don't. If is controller. Block.code.path contains neighbor position. Okay, where are we? Neighbor position. Current.add copy face. Okay, so this is iterating through all the faces, which is 6. There's 6 faces. Block neighbor position. Yeah. So neighbor position is controller. The controller is actually what we want. Okay. So if is controller, then we want controller position equals neighbor position dot copy. And distance was brought up here. If distance is greater than, if distance is less than, I don't think we need this one. Because we already detect if it's greater than. Distance is greater than, continue. Don't even look at it. Okay. So in Q, if is controller, controller, and then break. We're going to break out of the for loop. The very first controller we find, that's the controller. It's up to the player to be like, hey, how about not put more than one controller on a thing, right? Because that's whatever. A controller is a controller. But the very first controller we encounter, we're going to break out of the for loop. Okay? Now, I may even just want to return. Because this is a queue. I could clear the queue, break here, breaks the for loop, comes down, comes back up, queue.count. Queue.clear. Clear the queue, we found the controller, clear the queue, break out of the for loop, comes up here, queue.count is equal to 0, boom, it's done. And we've now got the controller position. Okay, so in this, in the initialize, right, if controller position equals null, discover controller, right? Discover controller. Only if it's null. If it's not null, that means we've saved it to disk and we've loaded it back. Now, controller BE, this is nullable. Okay. Inventory is going to return our new custom inventory. Okay. So there we have drawer IOBE. Now we need a little bit drawer IO block and the drawer controller block. We're going to just copy this drawer IO block. Okay. This is get placed block info. When you look at a block, this is what builds that text that you see on the screen. So drawer controller block entity. Now we want drawer IO block entity. Break crates. Well, there's already upgrades. I haven't done the push and pull. Those should actually be fairly easy. But there's already stack upgrades. I mean, I can show you here in a second. Okay, so BE if BE dot controller BE equals null, BE dot discover controller. Okay. Now, if BE dot controller BE equals null, controller is still null, might not exist. SB dot append line. Controller not found. God, go away. Jesus. Assets, English. Oh, come on. There we go. I do that just because of the commas. Putting commas at the end is just like, every time I add one to the end, it's like, oh, do a comma up above and then do it, and then do a comma up above and then do it. And it's like, just do an end of file, boom, done, and then just put everything in between as the same thing. Let's do GUI C not found. GUI C not found. And then that controller not found. And then this, I can go to here. Nope. Yeah, this was, oh, I block. This was lang.get C not found. Okay. And then do an else. And then BE dot controller BE dot max radius. That's already a thing. Okay. And then last scan doesn't really matter. Okay. So this is, when you look at it right? It's going to be able to report if the controller BE is not null. It's going to be able to record how many drawers it's connected to, right? This is not drawers that are connected to the IO. It's drawers that are connected to the controller block, with the search radius being not going to be relevant. So connected drawers is how many drawers are connected to the drawer controller. If BE dot control, wait, what? Okay, connected drawer count. I need to take this, put it up here. BE dot controller BE so this is a crazy edge case, right? This is a crazy edge case. There's a controller. There are no drawers. There are no drawers. So weird things happen, right? Like, what if you put a controller and an IO block next to it without anything else? It's going to find the controller, but they're going to be like, "Oh, there's no drawers connected." Like, what the hell? And it's not. Why do I have lang.get connected drawers, search radius, last scan? Search radius, connected drawers, last scan. Okay. But I keep clicking the wrong thing. Append line. Okay. So this is not localized. Why didn't I localize this? That's weird. Yeah, you told me already, Visual Studio, that you have updates. Microsoft is very, very urgently trying to push AI on everybody. And we've already gone through the AI rant. Again, I could show you the most cursed AI conversation. I broke Grok. Broke it. I broke it. A multi-billion-dollar AI, and I broke it. Flat, straight up. Literally, it just like went into an infinite loop of nightmarishness. It just, I don't even know. It was crazy. So it's like, yeah, it was super frustrating. Okay, so connected drawers. Let's do. I hate that. Let's do GUI dash no drawers. No drawers connected. Or no drawers no drawers connected. I don't know what the error actually is. Connected / found. Okay. So this is a good thing to use instead of this. Lang.get. And I love how it overrode that. So, GUI no drawers connected found. Okay? And then I'm going to take this, copy, and I think we go over to drawer, and we copy and we paste it here because it's the same error. There's no drawers. So no drawers is bad. Okay. So now we want to, I know I've forgotten something. Let's see. Drawer block. Placed block info. So this will get us the text. Right? Now we need interaction. On block placed, that's a good one to do. Drawer IO block. So let's minimize this because I don't need it anymore. Paste this, and again we want to do drawer IO. And then be dot discover controller. Okay. Next, on block removed. Invalidate network. We don't have to do anything with that, I don't think. Yeah, I hate the tooltip on this. It's completely wrong. Try place block forward. It's somebody literally copied and pasted a summary and didn't change it. And it's been like that for like ever, like years. It's like on block removed. Try place block for WorldGen has no relevancy with this. It's literally removed. Okay, this has nothing to do with try place block for WorldGen. I don't understand how that slipped through the cracks. Neighbor block changed. I don't really care, but I am going to need probably drawer IO block. Invalidate network. I don't know what that does. Drawer controller. Let's go to invalidate network. Okay, that makes sense. So last discovery. On neighbor block changed. What do we want to do? This could be for any reason. If BE does not equal null, if BE dot controller BE does not equal null, BE dot controller BE dot invalidate network. BE dot discover controller. Do we want to rediscover the controller? Doing a whole lot of processing and calculation when blocks are changed and stuff doesn't affect the performance of a setup that's built and used without a lot of augmentation. Now, the controller is going to periodically like rediscover the network, right? Because if you place a drawer next to another drawer and then you immediately try, like within a couple seconds, try to use the controller. Let's say the controller is like really far away and you place another drawer and then you run over to the controller and you try to use it to place stuff in it. It will likely not see that drawer yet, depending on how long it's been since the last discovery. Because there's, I think, an 8-second delay. If I look at drawer controller block entity, discover network, discovery cooldown milliseconds is 8,000. So it's 8 seconds. So once you place the controller and it's discovered the drawers that it has, it won't try to rediscover that until 8 seconds go by. Right? So 8 seconds later, if you interact with a controller, it's going to try to rediscover the network. It's just one of those things that for performance. You don't want it rediscovering the network every time you interact with it, because that would be wasteful. So the alternate way of handling that is when you place another drawer next to an existing drawer, to somehow spider through to find the controller to say, hey, something new happened, right? So one way is a passive rediscovery. The other way is an active forced discovery. And there are pros and cons to each, right? And we can discuss those if you want to. We can discuss why I choose one way over another, because there are pros and cons to that. You know, one of the pros of the active one is you only ever run the algorithm when a new block or a new drawer or a trim was placed against a drawer that exists, right? So if you place a trim or a drawer next to another drawer or trim, it would force call to rediscover. The problem is when you're actively building that network, right? You're placing a bunch of trim, you're placing a bunch of drawers, you're doing all of this stuff. It's calling that every time you place a block. Place a block, call. Place a block, call. Place a block, call. You're calling it dozens and dozens of times as you're building a network. Because every time, and you could be triggering it multiple times, because if you place a drawer that has two drawers next to it, you're gonna notify this drawer is gonna be on neighbor block changed, and this drawer is gonna be on neighbor block change. Now you're calling it twice to update itself. And there are things that you can do to then delay that, right? You could build up enough of those updates over a period of 8 seconds and then trigger, or you could just trigger every 8 seconds. So, and I can change that cooldown to whatever. But 8 seconds is like, if you place a drawer, you put some stuff in the drawer, and you go, grab a chest, and you go to the controller and you right click the controller to put stuff in there. More often than not, 8 seconds are going to go by, right? And it won't actually trigger it if enough time, like, it's not going to trigger it after 8 seconds. It's just going to delay the trigger until 8 seconds go by. So you could have a controller that's been sitting in your base for 5 hours without ever re-triggering it, and the very next time you go up to it to interact, let's say you build a whole network out and you put a controller in and you build a whole bunch of more drawers, right? So the controller finds the initial set and then you build a bunch more, but then you go out and you do some mining and you're gone for 20 minutes and you mine a whole bunch of shit. And then you come back to the base and you double right click the controller. Well, that's going to immediately trigger a rediscovery because you were gone for 20 minutes. Right? And that last discovery, that's going to be way a long time ago, because that's the milliseconds of the world, not the block. It's just like how much of the world, like how many milliseconds has elapsed in the world, which is a crazy number to think about. A millisecond is 1,000th of a second. 1,000th of a second. And the world tracks how many of those have gone by in your world. Total. Not since you opened it. Total. Think about how big that number is going to get, right? You could play for years and never have this value roll over. Because that long, right? If we go now.max, where's the, let's do long.max value. So there is the max value. 9 quintillion, I believe. Okay. So that would be like, that would be a lot. How many actual like years is that? If I have long.max value milliseconds, how many years is that? Long.max value milliseconds per day, 86 million. Milliseconds per year, 31 billion. Okay, 31,557,000,000. So long.max value in milliseconds is 292 million years. I don't think anybody's server is going to be up for that long. I'm just going to throw that out there. 292 million years, and you would have this roll over to zero again. Or it would actually roll over to the negatives. It would actually roll into the negatives. Now, you could use a U-long value, since you're always going to be a positive value. Elapsed is a long. You could use a U-long value and double that number, because it's 18 quintillion. So then you're going to look at nearly 600 million years, right? So I'm going to throw it out there that elapsed milliseconds is fine. It's a weird scale, like crazy scaling issue. So anyway, that's how that's stored. Is that variable is being saved and synced and checked and saying, hey, how long has it been since your last discovery? And if enough time has passed, then just rediscover. And again, this is only ever looking and spidering through drawers, trims. That's all it's looking at. Drawers and trim. And it will even ignore I/O. So you can have a bunch of trim with an I/O in the middle, and it will go right through that. Right? It'll treat that. Right? It'll treat that as a thing to spider through. Because a drawer I/O is what we're gonna change to. Okay, so now we have. Yeah, and then this will be null, because if it's a drawer I/O, it's not a drawer BE, so it'll return null, which won't get added to the connected drawers, but it will include, right, it will include the position to the list, because it's like, hey, I wanna look at the next thing. So it'll come back up here and it'll dequeue the thing. Visited is here. Visited that contains Q DQ. Do we not? Yeah, it is. In queue. Interesting. That's an interesting way of doing it. That's nice. Believe it or not, that this function was AI generated with a bunch of tweaks that I put in. So I wanted to see like how good the hash set and queue was, because those are two I haven't quite used in this way. So it's just learning different code and different ways of doing things. But okay, let's go to the mod. I need to api.register block drawer IO block type of drawer IO block api.register block entity drawer IOBE type of drawer IOBE. Okay. So this registers the classes, right? Okay. Now inventory drawer IO. This is, I think, fine. I think, but there are some other things in the IO block entity that we are going to need. So inventory. I think what we want to do, because indexing in, enumerator, all of this stuff, I think what we can do with the inventory, and I'm going to test this, inventory equals new. No. What did I do with inventory generic? Inventory generic. Okay, inventory generic here. Int quantity slots. I'm going to try the API. Yeah, these are non-nullable. How does it get around this? I don't actually have to save the inventory. Like I'm not needing to save the inventory. It is a more or less a temporary thing. Okay, so inventory equals new, and we want to pass inventory class name. Well, let's do inventory class name dash position comma API. Okay. Inventory dot position equals position. Right? It's our position. Here it is. Drawer IOBE. Okay. So now that we've set the position of us, now we can do late initialize. Inventory base dot late initialize. What does that do? Class name, instance ID, inventory network util. I don't know if I need that. Yeah, well, we're gonna keep it. It might crash us out. Inventory dot late initialize, and just copy this again. I don't like doing that, but there's no really alternate. I can't pass null into these. Because they haven't updated these base classes for nullable, right? So these value types are not nullable. And I can't pass them in as nullable. So it's the whole conversion of the entire game to nullability, to the nullable context is ongoing, right? It's not complete. So there are some things that are nullable aware and other things that are not. So you just kind of have to navigate it. But this is whatever, like it is what it is. But this late initialize should trigger the inventory late initialize. It should go out and grab the drawer IO, right? Which is what this is, right? We're basically passing it the position of us, and we're telling it, hey, you've now got the position. Grab this grab this block entity reference. So I can directly reference the block entity once I've done this. And that should be essentially all I need to do there. Because the inventory itself has all of the overridden stuff, right? So get auto pull from slot, all of this, item slot index, enumerator, that might cause some problems. I'm not sure what that's going to do. But count, again, should be good. And then from and to tree attributes, don't do anything. We're not saving any of this stuff to disk, right? Because it's literally a virtual inventory. And so in the from and to tree attributes here, we are saving the controller position. We're saying, hey, the controller position is found. We don't need to index anymore. We found it. So save that to disk. That runs before initialize. If we're loading from disk. Okay. So once we've initialized everything, we need to validate the controller. So if controller position equals null, discover controller. Right? If controller position is null still, well, if controller position equals null, discover controller. Discover controller. Now, the problem is chunk loading, as is all my problems. 95% of the bugs with all of my mods, especially Vintage Engineering, 95% of my bugs have to do with chunk loading and the order of which chunks load. Because you can't control that, right? I can't have something load before something else because I don't know what order it goes in. I can't say, oh, this thing is a priority. Load this first. It's like, no, that doesn't work. So the order of which chunks load can massively break things. So yeah, this, if controller position equals null, discover controller. Else, if not, drawer helpers dot is chunk loaded controller position. API.world. So we're checking, is the chunk loaded? If it's not loaded, does it matter? I'm in my brain, I'm kind of thinking through this. Like, does it matter? Because it just might take a while. In this tick, the controller might not be loaded. But it has really no bearing. Yeah, I don't think this has any bearing on anything. It's only a thing, right? If this is null. Controller block entity oh my god. Why is my dad calling me? Why is it always
Where's my phone?
Hello? I'm streaming. What was that? Yeah. Every time. I don't know what it is, but every other day of the week is usually fine, except my stream days, and those are the days he chooses to call. Always. 9.5 times out of 10. It's guaranteed. It's bizarre. It's absolutely bizarre. How consistent it is. Like how often he calls me while I'm streaming. It's so incredibly often. Okay, so if the controller API equals null, return null. If controller position is null, discover controller. If controller position equals null, return null. Right? So if API is null or the controller position is null, go in. If API is null, then return null. There's nothing we can do. We can't search for the controller if the API is null because that's our way in. But if it's not null, try to discover the controller. And then if the controller is null, return null. Controller is not found. Right? Now, what happens, like if we're searching for this, I think I need to check in here. Current DQ, block position. Distance 2. That's all good. Okay, so this is the current block we're looking at. Now, if drawer helpers dot is chunk loaded not API dot world current continue. Right? If we're let's say the block face is on the chunk boundary of a chunk that's not loaded. Well, that face, that block position still exists, obviously. The block position exists, but the chunk isn't loaded. So skip it. There's not what do you do in that case? You cannot do anything. You have to skip it. So if it gets through all of that, like a chunk loads, it has an IO block in it. A chunk loads. The IO block might have might have a link to the controller. It might not be loaded though, which is what this takes care of. Controller position exists, but it's not loaded, right? So therefore, we have to return null. It still exists, but it's not loaded. It's only when the controller position is null, where it's not found, that we need to figure out. So this will trigger until such a time as it's found. Now, if it's never found, this is where that delay would come in handy, that bouncer. I may have to re-add that bouncer because remember, this is triggering. There's 12 references, right? We're doing a lot of stuff here. So if this controller position is null, it's going to constantly try and discover it. The drawer IO requires a controller. 100% requires a controller. It's not its own controller. That would be duplication of a crazy amount of data, and I don't want to do that. So an IO block has to have a controller. Otherwise, the controller block entity will not exist. So, do I want... I think I do need a bouncer on this. I'm... Otherwise, we're looking at some crazy stuff. I'm going to copy this. And we're going to paste it in here. Okay. I want this. This. And this. Okay. And then somewhere in here. I just want to prevent this from triggering hundreds of times a second. I want there to be a bouncer in this. And then I think I have to... No. I don't sync that. At least I don't save it to disk. Which is weird, because I thought controller... Last discovery time. Huh. I guess I do run this on the client and the server, so... I could have sworn that I had saved... I had saved that to disk somewhere. I would have sworn I did. But I guess I didn't. And it's like the client and the server basically have the same values because they run the same code, even though Discover Network should really be a server thing. And if I limited this to the server, if I said API.side equals server, then I would 100% have to sync it down and from into tree attributes, because the client would not be updating that value. But because both the client and the server run the same code, without that, it's literally setting the same variables. They might have a little bit of millisecond difference, right? Little teeny bit, but whatever. It is what it is. So the same thing is here. Draw.io is this. It's the same thing. Like this last discovery it's going to be set no matter what. And this is saying, hey, from now minus last discovery, cooldown is 0, which should trigger it right away if it's needing. But then it should limit it to only every 8 seconds. It's not going to just pound the server, or it's not going to spider through all the drawers like every single time it's called. Just because that would be bad. That would be very bad. But the inventory itself should essentially be done. Now let's look at blocks. I have a drawer controller. So let's copy and paste drawer. Do I have to rename it here? Yep. Drawer IO. Oh, come on. What the hell? Rename. Drawer IO. Thank you. Drawer IO. IO. Now, I do believe I already have a shape. I do. I don't know what I did. Drawer IO. Lead and stainless steel. So it's the same. Yeah, it's the same thing. Okay. So drawer IO block and drawer IO BE are now part of the mod. If we try to build, do we have any errors? We do not. Okay, so Just want to do a check here. Item slot int. Because this could return null, right? So we have to do a null check on the slot. Now this code isn't being updated, so I'm gonna have to, when I do transfer over, I'm gonna have to move vintage engineering to test that a little bit. But I want this mod to be done because when I debug this, this loads a separate world, right? I have a set. Oh my god, there's another version available. Jesus, 2 versions. So something went wrong with version 0.4, and they went right into version 0.5. Well, that was fast. That usually means that somebody made a boo-boo, big boo-boo, when they have to do an update that fast. Because now it's way more than just Tyrone that's coding the mod. Like he's built a pretty decent team behind the game. So obviously he's selling lots and lots of copies of the game, which is good. So yeah, we have trim, we have drawers. Cannot store perishables. There it is. There it is. Okay. Just make sure that works. Now, so we have a drawer, controller, and it sees the 3 drawers. There's 1 here and 2 over here. So now, drawer IO. There it is. And it's upside down. Cat, you just come out of the woodworks and meow really loudly. I don't know why. How is that upside down? I am at a complete loss as to why that's upside down. I'm gonna open the shape and see what the hell is going on. Maybe I made it upside down. I don't know. Give block vintage drawers drawer IO -north. And then, oh, boy, that didn't take long. Object base. Object not. What are you talking about? Okay, so the base of the block entity. Open the right effing window. Block entity container. God, where would that be? Here we go again. It's saying base dot initialize. Aha. Right here. This is actually trying to initialize my inventory. God, she gets a bug in her ass, and it's just like crazy. She just becomes crazy. Yeah, register game tick listener. Why is this registering a game tick listener for 10 seconds? So the container ticks every 10 seconds? In-world container. It ticks every 10 seconds. To transitionables. Yeah, this is why this is crashing. It's crashing because of this. And I'm doing a late initialize when I don't need to do a late initialize. Because it's doing a late initialize. Do I even need? Why is this also doing a late initialize? This dot position. Can I just... What happens if I just do that? What if I don't want to call base? Jesus. Holy crap. Is there such a thing as like base.base? Base.initialize API. But yeah, this... I don't want to do any of this stuff. Oh, Jesus. Come on, fat fingers. Let's do this. This dot mark dirty. I don't want this damn thing ticking. Anyway, register game tick listener. I guess I'm just gonna have to deal with it. So let's F5 it again. I need to. The inventory has to be initialized, at least instantiated, before I can do much of anything. That's what's crashing it. It's like, oh, I don't have an inventory. Even though the block doesn't really have an inventory, it's still like, hey, I need to do all of this stuff, and it's like, you really don't need to do all of that. And yes, the lap goblin has made an appearance. Now, God, it's still. It's discover. Wait, initialize. Line 30. Damn it. Look at that white space. Why can I not find a way to auto trim trailing space? Why is that such an elusive function? It's bizarre. Why is that such an elusive function? Huh? Do you know? Do you know? Are you aware? No, she's not going to say it. She's one of the most meowy cats I've ever had, and except when there's a microphone in front of her. And she's like, no. This dot API equals API. Yeah, now I hear the purrs. Yeah, purrs have been triggered. Sit on. I have a pad under my chair that she, sits on. Oh my God, can we please? What is no? Just once, I would like these goddamn errors to actually give me what the name of the object is. It really is not that hard. Object name, reference not set to it. Why is there not useful information in here? Call stack. Resolve blocks or items. Oh, Jesus. No, I don't want to load. God. Yeah. This is a problem with trying to do things that have never been done before. There's a whole lot of shit here that inventory base late initialize. Something in here is null. Inventory ID? No. I have no idea. Like, I have no idea. What in here would be no? All the purrs. So the ability to break crates down into multiple items, I don't know what the hell that means, but could mean one of many things. See? You can see that in the hand there. You can see, for some reason, that is wrong. Whatever. Can I please? Jesus fucking Christ. Like, what is causing this? What am I doing that's causing this? Aha. It's the enumerator. It's the enumerator. Actually, no. I'm gonna screw that. This is what's wrong. How do I return a new enumerator? What the hell is going on? It's trying to enumerate through the item slots to resolve the items, right? So it's trying to iterate through to resolve all those items. Well, there are no item slots with this inventory. Like literally, there are no item slots. Oh, thank God. What? C not found. C not found. Do I have to be explicit? There it is. Block drawer IO north. Controller. Busy. What? That was weird. Cannot evaluate expression. Whoa. Air. Can we skip air blocks, please? If block equals null, or block.id equals 0. Not reload. There's a drawer. Not a controller. Is a drawer. True. Is drawer. Good. How did it not find a controller? That's why. I am an idiot. Oh yeah, let's stop. I don't need to. If controller position q dot clear break. This is unnecessary. Okay. Yeah, because this if statement, it was never going to be a controller. Right? Because this if statement says it's never going to go in here if it's a controller, so it was never finding the controller. This is kind of funny, but okay. That was fixed. So what changed in 4 and 5 that do I have to fucking update this game again? I don't know what would have changed. They're probably tiny little bugs. No drawers. There it is, connected drawers. That was weird. So it found 3 drawers. There we go. That's good. So if we add a drawer, center. I knew I was missing one. Okay. So if we add a drawer, right, to there, this is still going to see 3 drawers. But you can see, that should have updated. There it is, 4 drawers. And so this should see 4 drawers. Because that's always directly grabbing that value. Okay. So you can see IO is right there. But for some reason, the drawer IO for some reason, that's backwards. Why is that backwards in the UI? What in the world is going on? So we look here. We stare into the sky. .tf edit. GUI. Rotation. Y. -180 0. So GUI transform rotation Z -180. Drawer IO. GUI transform Z -180. -22 by 6, 140, minus 180. Yep. That's so weird. And then these TF edit GUI we have to do the same thing to the void upgrade. Okay, but not right the rest of the upgrade. For some reason, the void upgrade is backwards. I don't understand it. The rest of them are right. Right, so if we look at .tf edit here, this has the minus 180 that we just did. If we look at .tf edit here, this one doesn't. Okay? It's the same thing. It's the same shape that I copy and pasted. Why is one flipped while the other is not? It's the same shape. So we are going to have to go to item types, drawer upgrade, and go GUI transform by type. Oh, Jesus, I didn't want to do that. Why? Why did you do that? Visual Studio, why did you do that? Fine. You know what? Screw you. I'm going to go do it in an editor that doesn't do that shit. If I can find it. It's just like, let me reformat all of this shit and make it 700 lines long. Like, no. We want a nice compact setup here. We don't need an insane amount of, like, craziness. Because it would, like, literally, all of these, it would try to, like, redo all of these, and it's really annoying. So GUI transform by type, we want, I can never remember how to do this. We want a thing here, right, and a thing here, and then we're going to bring these up, and this is going to be star. Okay. And do we want to do the special first. So we're going to do star dash void colon bracket copy paste rotation minus 180. It's the weirdest thing. Like, it's literally the same shape, just copy and pasted. And the void, I just edited I edited the little doobalackies on the top to be a different, to be orient, like, different shape, because it's an X rather than like arrows and stuff. So it's like, I need to somehow, for some reason, bounce that in a different way. So let's gracefully exit. That way, something is saved. Now we can test loading back in again and see if it, like, initializes properly or if it vomits all over the place. Okay, so yeah, this this is fine. I really hope this works. I really do. I really hope it works. So let's spin it up again. tree base values of 4 is empty. Damn it. Royal East. I can almost guarantee you this is because of the inventory. Count 0. Keys. Damn it. In-world container. Yeah. It's the container. In-world container. Inventory is null. From tree attributes. Because it's not enough that we have one hidden object that is an inventory. That inventory also has a hidden object that's in-world container. You never see it. You don't directly interact with it. In-world container is like some weird buried thing that you just don't like. What do you do with it? I don't really know. But inventory is null. God damn it. Just trying to get this to work is just a freaking nightmare. All I'm trying to do, right, is just base dot from tree attributes. Is there not a base? Cannot call an abstract base. Yeah. Okay. How does... Yeah, so we have a from tree attributes in here, but it's an empty stub. So what is the inventory generic? Should I just base mine off of inventory generic instead of inventory base? From tree attributes. Stop add slots. Like, how much would break if I just went... API, quantity slots. Base. Because this is like Um, this.slots.length. Add slots. Let's see. Oh my god. This.slots equals new. I don't know what to do. There are just like 4 or 5 layers of shit you have to wade through in order to get to do what you want. I can't just define an inventory that just calls back to other things. I have to define an inventory that has a whole bunch of other shit in it because there's in-world containers and there's all these things like tick events and shit that you never ever see that are layered over the top of what I'm trying to do. But in order to interface with said automatic inventory, get, auto slots, get auto pull from, get auto push, in order to have those, I have to have all of this other stuff that I don't want and don't need. But all I want is the automatic push pull. That's all I want. But in order to get that, I have to have all of this other stuff, which I don't want. Why there's no interface that's just, hey, interface automatable, right? I automatable. And the I automatable defines those functions, right? It defines the delegates. Get auto pull from, get auto push into. That's all the interface does. Then in my code, I can check for the interface, not the inventory, right? We need to extract the functionality into interfaces, and then like a puzzle, right? Like a really flexible puzzle, we build our objects based on those interfaces and use what we need. That way, other mods and other things can come in and look for the interface that it wants, and if it exists, then you use it. But it's not done that way, right? Inventory base, there is not, right, a really easy way of doing this. There's a shitload of stuff in here for inventory. I don't want any of this. This inventory doesn't technically have any slots. So all I want, right? All I want is the delegate interactions. All I want is on get pull from, get push into slot. That's all I want. But there's no way of doing that. There's literally no way. They're just virtual functions. Right? So it's like if I wanted an automatable interface on this, you would have to edit crazy amounts of base classes. You just have to. You would have to introduce an I don't know what you would call it. Item flow, I guess, is what they kind of use. Block entity item flow or something like that is what they actually use for the chutes. And the chutes are looking for inventory, not interface. And so you'd have to reprogram it. It's 100% possible to do it, I think, without really breaking anything. but abstracting these two functions. These two functions especially. These two are vital. And all I want is these two functions. But there's no way to do it. There's virtual, which is why I did it, because I overrode them. That's the whole point of that. The whole get best suited slot, I don't even know. So, like, inventory generic, it has item slots. Right? There is an item slots in here. So, like, this dot slots equals new item slot of 1. Why did this add a fucking parentheses at the end of that line? Pt2 tree attributes tree. I mean, this could bork everything up even further than it already is. But I am I'm overriding the index, and if you're indexing into this inventory, you are going to get the drawers. And if you're interacting with the inventory, well, I still haven't done that, have I? Drawer controller, unblock removed, unblock neighbor block, unblock interact. Jesus. So should I just pass the interact? Should I just pass the interact to the controller? Controller block entity, drawer block, override, on block, on interact, start. B does not equal null. Now I want drawer controller block DCB equals world.block accessor.get block. No, I want to get it out of position. There we go. Block selection dot position. As. Come on. What I should do is do it once. There. Why do it twice when you just do it once? Like, I don't know if there's a get block typed? No. There is none. Okay. So dcb.on interact start and then world by player block selection. We're just gonna pass that on. We're just going to pass it on. Now, if it is null, God only knows. If it's null, some weird happened, just return the base. But if it's not, I'm interacting with it, and I'm just passing it. I'm passing it to the I actually need not to do this. This is why. Actually, yeah. This is why I needed to grab here. Right? Block position. Get block placed. Block selection dot position. Because I'm interacting with this block, I'm grabbing the block entity. If BE does not equal null, right? And if BE dot controller BE does not equal null, else. Well, how about we do this? If BE controller BE equals null, and then if BE dot controller BE does not equal null, and then do this. Okay, get block BE dot controller dot position. Because that's the controller block entity. I want to grab the position of that, right, and grab the block. Because it's the block I want to interact with, technically. So grab the position of the controller, grab the block that's there, and then interact with that block. Right? Now, I probably have a myriad of edge case bugs with this because of how I built the inventory. Because it's like, it's nasty. With the cascading calls of like, this calls this, calls this, calls this. So the to tree or the from tree attributes here, right? This is calling slots, slots.length, slots.from tree attributes. I could have borked my world. I could have easily borked my test world with this. Because it's going to try, right? It's going to try to figure this out. So I'm going to do try catch. Jesus. IntelliSense is just bad. It's just bad. So this should catch that error or that exception. Maybe. and just ignore it. I'm just going to ignore it. I want to load into the world, so just ignore it. It's going to throw it, but it'll ignore it. It should. Why didn't it ignore it? Exception thrown. Why, I understand that. You should have caught the exception. The whole point of me putting a try catch on it was to catch the exception. E. Oh my God. Why? Just why? Why? You put a try catch around something, it should catch that exception. Why didn't it catch that exception? I don't know. Failed loading block entity, blah, blah, blah. Yes. Yep. Okay. Now, hot reload that. Base. Base is not valid in this context. How about we not do that? And we not do that. And then we say, hey, how about we just ignore it altogether? That sounds like a good plan. GUI, no drawers. I'm pretty sure. We have drawers. Okay. Okay, let's try that again. There it is. I think it takes a hot second. Connected drawers 4. So can we can't interact with this. Do I have anything? There we go. Now if I do there, see that pumps that in. That should, let's go to the block. Drawer controller block. That's a controller block. Drawer IO block. On interact. There. Damn it! Should not have used that. It used it up. Because the game just, unless you stop debugging, it will refire that event. Because technically the mouse button is still down, right? Because the event is triggered the moment the mouse button is down, right? So it doesn't matter that you've let it up after that. To the game, the mouse button is still down. It hasn't re-pulled the mouse controller to see if you've let up the button yet, because it's locked in the game loop. So it's like, so if we go to the drawer controller block, right, we should be able to see, we should trigger this from here. We're not. We are not triggering on block interact start drawer block. There it is. iPlayer. We're on the client. I can tell client player. Drawer controller BE. Block. Ooh, that's why. Block selection dot position. Okay. That's why. So now I need to go back into here. Because I passed block selection in here. So I need to say block selection dot position equals be dot position dot copy. I need to set that because I'm saying I'm passing it back. I'm passing it back to the controller, and that's what it's basing that off. It's saying, "Hey, I'm essentially saying this is a shadow of this." So that should be triggering that. Did I not? I should be triggering that. Why am I not triggering that? Player is no. Drawer controller is no. Block selection dot position. I really wish block selection dot position dot to local position API -25 118.23. Yeah, it's for some reason it's not setting this. It still has that value. So why is that? Drawer block. BE is the drawer. Oh. BE dot controller BE dot copy. That should be. Oh, Jesus. There it is. Yep. And it won't go in here. See, 50, putting in there, 52, 56. 5202, 5602, 5602. So it is finding that. Now, if I take all of those out, this one does not have my, I thought I put I put one in there. Okay, so if I take that, and I want to put, let's take the keys out here. I want to put this in here, right? We got a little derpy texturing going on there. Does that happen on here? No. No, I didn't want to upgrade it. Right, so we have all this granite in me, and if I right click, it doesn't go anywhere, right? Now, if I upgrade that, and I put this in there, it will, right? Because that granite is now getting voided, and this is reporting, hey, I've got space. And I also fixed, if you click this, it gives you a stack. Okay, so I fixed that so it only gives you a stack at a time rather than some derpiness. So if I double right click this, right, it would drain out all of my granite, and this would not go up. Now, if I take that out and I put it in there, and then I double right click, the granite is going to go in there, right? Because, oh, and that took my world eater. It literally will do everything in your inventory. So it does a hotbar first, and then it does everything in your backpack. So it will try to take all the things out. And then you can use the keys. So label, value, and lock. So you can see the lock right there, and then labels, and then you can actually do all of them, and lock and unlock. Right? It doesn't do empty ones, obviously, but you can put something in it, and it's locked. Right? So it's locked in there, and you can unlock it like that. And yes, you can put another thing over there if you wanted to, but whatever. Okay, the IO block, like, I don't know, is it done? It feels like it works up till now. I haven't tested it. Should we try a shoot? I'm gonna need, put these away. I'm gonna need chest, let's see. Give block chest east. And then shoots. Elbow shoot. Oh god. Give block shoot elbow down east. And then I need a hopper. I don't have vintage engineering in this test world, so this is why I'm going to do this. Give block hopper. Okay, so we do this. Oh shit. And then hopper, and then chest. Okay, so theoretically, if I put this drawer trim in there, it should go in here. Maybe. Oh, now there's a wooden chest in there. Okay. No, there's still a wooden chest in there. Okay, so is there is this getting called? It is. From slot. From face, doesn't matter. Okay, so if we F11. Drawer controller is null? What? How is this null? How is this null? Position is right. Let's hit F5. Okay, and let's grab, I don't want to leave anything lingering here, so we're going to grab that. Save and I want to gracefully exit. As much as possible. You want to gracefully exit. If you just hit stop, you don't know what kind of state it's going to be in. So why would this be null? I'm thinking we want two tree attributes. We want tree, well, if no. Loads the slot contents. Why was that null? Why were these null? Late initialize should have set that. Right? It should have set that. Yeah. This, we set the position. We initialize. Then we late initialize again. This actually does it again, but then we do it again. Um, this should, late initialize, should do this. It'd be funny if we crashed again because of the inventory slot shenanigans. Yep. Yeah, I love how they're pushing this. I mean, it is up front and center. Like, hey, they even colored the button. Like, hey, how about you look at Copa? It's like they are so desperate for people to do that because they need to make money on it. So this from tree attributes is calling inventory generic from tree attributes, right? And this is, God, I don't even know, like, why. Slots from tree attributes. Um, yeah, it does not like that. And then we're gonna go over here and we're gonna go int. Nope. Int num slots. Base. Quantity slots. How do I do this in every other mod? I do this so rarely, the custom inventory. It's been a long time since I've done this. Int num slots. I'm initializing the number of slots. And I'm coming in here and I'm saying 1. Inventory is not null here. It would never be null. It wouldn't be null. I'm initializing it here. Yeah, that would not be null. But I don't like how this is telling me, hey, you can initialize blah 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 blah. This is already doing that. Base.initialize for Black Entity Container is already running late initialize. Right? It's already doing it. So I never know like what we need and what don't we need. But yeah, I might just have to just pull up some of my vintage engineering stuff. We didn't get to the push and pull features today. The shenanigans with the inventory are just so annoying. Why can't we just have an interface for item flow? Why do we have to attach that to an inventory? An inventory should have the interface. Inventory generic or even inventory base should have the interface, but it should be a separate interface. It is a separate thing from an inventory. It's a separate feature, right? I look at these things like these are features. A feature of a thing should be its interface. It's saying, hey, this is an interface. This is a feature of this thing. And that way, on the other side of things, you can have a mod or another object. Instead of looking for the base class, you have it look for the interface. And if it is that interface, then you can use those like the interface is a very useful thing. But you need to use it. You need to it's like a component system, right? An object, you just add the interfaces onto what it is you need, and each one of those interfaces actually defines one of the features that you want. And then that object is technically all of those different interfaces. And you just build your objects like that. And that way you can, in other bits of code, you can detect the interface, not the object. And so I could, in a situation like that, in my vintage engineering code and in the chutes as well, you could look for the interface. You say, hey, this block entity does this have this interface? And if it does, then you can interact with it. The same with my pipes. I would build my pipes like that. Hey, does this have this interface? If it does, hey, then I can use it. Rather than trying to say, well, is this a block entity container? Is this a block entity blah blah blah? Like, we need to split that out into individual interfaces. So that way I could just make the block entity, right? The controller, the IO block entity having those interfaces. And then those interfaces would be in the block entity. And it'd be like, hey, this is a block entity and it has these interfaces. Therefore, I know it has these two functions and I can call them. But otherwise, it's like, I don't know. And I would definitely add more functionality to those calls. Like, I would have a call that was a generic, like, hey, this is a block face. I would have that. But then I would also have the opportunity to give me more information. Trying to pull, right? Get auto pull. Well, rather than just give me the block face, how about you give me another parameter or two that I can use as like, what are you looking for, right? Give me a code of a filter, like a string filter. And that way you could have a get auto pull from slot and then at block face, and then get auto pull from slot at block face, comma, filter, right? String or code or something. And you say, hey, I'm looking for this item. And then I could customize that. I could say, hey, I could use that as an inroads to say, hey, can I get some supplemental information from that process? Right? Or you could use the generic like T values to maybe do it. That would be a little bit more complex than I would really want, because you're essentially looking for an item slot. Well, an item slot would at most have an item stack that has a code. So code is, you could call it an asset location, But a string is just easier to work with because it's just code.path, and then you just say, hey, I'm looking for this code. Check your inventory. Do you have it? And if you do, give me the slot. Right? You could use that in many different situations. So, yeah. I'm going to have to go through this. I got lost in the weeds here, but I know that it fundamentally works. As you saw, we were interacting with it. It's just I need to iron out these kinks with the inventory because it's kind of nasty. I might have to just strip out. I might just have to strip it out, the custom inventory, and then the where am I at? Yeah, this. I don't know if I can override this. This is the whole reason I don't think I can override. Let me look at the controller. Inventory. Oh, God damn it. Inventory dot this. Oh, Jesus. Oh, man. Can I override if I have an inventory? Inventory dot this. Override. This is what I want to do. I want to say, hey, I want to override this function of this inventory, right? Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to do that. If there is, it would be a crazy advanced thing. A very specific use case of I want to override the indexer in a generic inventory. Right? We have inventory base, we have this, which is abstract. Analyze. We've actually already looked at it. That's funny. God damn, look at how big these lists are. There's no... There's no... Can I use these? Get item? Maybe, I just want to look. Override. Get inventory.get this. No. Public. I don't think there's any way of doing that. Public override, yeah. You have to do it. Damn it. I was really hoping not to have to do it, but the dummy inventory would certainly do it. Because it's literally like, it doesn't matter. Slots to tree attributes, slots from tree attributes. Position is null. How? How? Oh. Oh my god. Yeah. I don't even know if I need this one. Like, I don't even know if I need it. because it's called twice. I don't know why late initialize is called in initialize, which is then called in a late initialize again. Like, why are you calling late initialize in the initialize? That should not be done. You should not call late initialize before I explicitly call late initialize. I don't know why it's being done that way, but it's ridiculous. Like, I need to be the one to trigger the late initialize. Now this should be run. And now we're erroring again. Slots, 2 tree attributes. On game, why am I doing this? Okay. Where did my... Found all the drawers. That works. No drawers connected found. Oh, it's because it was looking for this. Yeah. Okay, so that drawer is empty. Now, if we put that in there, yep. Okay, so now... Wooden chest. It's not going in there. It's in there. Okay, so now... Close that stupid thing. Drawer. That's null again. Okay, I'm gonna need to basically start from scratch. Not scratch, but I'm gonna have to back out and just come at this a different way. This is obviously I'm on the right track. It's just too piecemeal, and the fact that I was trying to stream when I was doing it scrambles my brain. So I'm gonna have to like rebuild this and just basically like, all right, let's try to take this from the top and basically, remove the IO. Jesus, remove the IO block from the test world, because whatever this is doing, this is coming back as null, and then when it's doing this, right, it's coming back and saying this is null. It should not be null. And what I should do is include the block entity in with this. I'm gonna have to look at my vintage engineering stuff, because those are all done right, and I've got plenty of custom inventories for that. So I'm just gonna go through and be like, all right, remind myself how to do this, because it's been a couple years since I've done a custom inventory. But otherwise, like the interactions, the item slots, those are actually working. The indexing into that is working, I think. I'm just gonna have to look at that and go, what am I missing? I'm missing something obvious. It's the fact that inventory generic is an inventory base, which has an in-world container, which has a whole bunch of shit, that all of those tree attributes are all coming with us. And if any one of those is null, then the whole thing gets scrambled eggs. So, like, we really need to ensure that that doesn't happen. So I'm gonna have to come in here, and I'm just gonna have to come in and kind of go through it and make sure, step by step is done properly, because my order of operations are all scrambled right now. So anyway, that's going to do it for this stream, everybody. I thank you all for coming by. Anybody who maybe you learned something, if anything, you learned what not to do. But we do have the IO. I mean, it is in the game, and it does technically work. It's just, it doesn't like loading from disk. Because something is scrambled with the back end. The fact that it ticks as well. Oh my god, it ticks. Like, I can't believe this thing ticks. I mean, yeah, it's every 10 seconds, but Jesus, it ticks. Every inventory in the game ticks? Really? Anyway, that's just annoying. There's just little hidden things in this game that you run into. I'm like 4 or 5 years into it now, and I'm like, holy shit, this is crazy. So yeah, what I'm gonna do is just kind of go through this, and then I'm gonna rebuild this to make sure that it works. I do want to get back to vintage engineering. July has kind of been this. It's been like really scrambled because of birthday and grandma's birthday and all of the family, and last week was chaos. So like July was always up in the air. And I will get back to vintage engineering. There's a couple bugs that I want to address, and try to track him down. And obviously I'm not done with that mod yet, but this was commissioned. This mod here, somebody paid or is paying for this mod. So I want to make sure it's done right, and I want to make sure when it is done that it's a full package deal and it goes out the door, right? So it's like this whole thing it's just a big commission project. So that gets priority over, personal projects. Because money, goes a long way. So anyway, hope everybody has a rest of the week, a good rest of the week, and hopefully you stay at least a little bit cool. And yeah, hope to see everybody back here on Saturday.